Hello, I'm live, I'm here, I'm doing it, I think. Hopefully better than the last attempt to stream, which was, I think we can all agree, an unmitigated disaster. Greco, hello. Mistake, hello. Straight off on a hype train. People are excited. We're here. The quality is passable. The stream quality, not the content quality, that is definitely not passable. Caffeine, hello. Very quiet on the YouTube front. Sad. Where are all the YouTube people? Are we live on YouTube? Is it going? Oh no, it's set to unlisted. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's see. I don't know if it's now going to get an announcement, so let's see what happens. I'm, as always, a pro. Hello, Connor, hello. I think it's because I unlisted the last stream because it was such a disaster, and then the settings just carried over, because why wouldn't they? We have one person from YouTube. 2 people, we're here. We've got a whole 5 people. It was worth starting early. How do I dual stream? I use the ATM multi-stream plugin for OBS. So my primary stream platform is YouTube. That's what it's all configured for. And then the plugin basically duplicates it out to Twitch. Ah, he's over here. He's in both places. He's doubling the numbers. Yeah, it's really good. You can use, but obviously it does mean you are... I don't think you transcode it twice, but it does require twice the bandwidth to upload. There are restreaming services, but but you have to pay for them, and I would suggest that you just do it yourself if your internet pipe is wide enough. I will, Coco, I will. Okay, so I wanted to do a slightly longer stream today because 1, I had the time to do it, which is a rarity, and 2, not had the most consistent streaming schedule recently, so I wanted to kind of make up for lost time. Also, after the disastrous attempt to stream from the hotel, I now have 2 separate features in flight in this one branch, which is terrible engineering practice. And whilst, yes, I could split them out into 2 separate branches, I've opted to not. And just try and get them both fixed today. What's my April Fools? All the code I write. Okay, I think we can, let's start. Let's press a button. Let's put me in the little box. Okay, so the issue is that, is everything... 1 second. Oh, so I really don't know what I'm doing. Okay, that's fine. Okay, right. So the issue, such that it is that the game now doesn't run. Okay, which is absolutely brilliant. So we'll spin this up. And it'll churn for a bit, and then it'll be like, no. And we're going to fix that. So the issue is, as a quick recap, I guess, of sorts, currently loading textures is very inefficient. We take the raw ping file from disk, we then do a full ping decode, and then stick that into the OpenGL hole. And doing that for lots of textures is quite slow. Although and this is a debug build, but I tried it even in a release build, like the bottleneck is definitely the ping parsing. So OpenGL has the concept of like compressed textures. So you store them on disk in a very special compressed file format, which is 1, quicker to read, and 2, you can just poke straight into the OpenGL hole, and then the GPU will do all the decompression for you, which is presumably faster. I mean, I'm not going to work yet. So we started doing this. So we got this DDS file, but we got some issues, and I think it was this channel to format before the whole stream crapped out last time. I'm pretty sure the hotel kicked me off the Wi-Fi because I couldn't connect after the stream died. Yes, bonus extra time today. Don't get used to it. No built on FPS before. I'm going to figure it out as I go along. At the moment, I'm just trying to get the rendering tech to work. I figure the rest of it, we'll just sort it out as we go along. Okay, so the issue is in utils 114. So utils.cpp 114. This was it. So we query. This is it. So we get our load texture function is somewhat ambivalent. Is somewhat uncaring about the format that's in it. As in, like, you don't tell load texture what's in it. Load texture has to figure it out. So I guess it's actually the opposite. But you basically say, here's a bunch of data, whether it's like sRGB or not, and its job is to pack out a texture data, which is width, height, format, whether it was compressed or not, and then some data. Okay. So this could be anything. This could be at the moment it could be a ping or a DDS file. It's going to be some file content, right? Ambiguous? Maybe. So the first thing it does is it checks if it's got the DDS magic header, and then it's like, if it does, then we handle the DDS, else it's just going to assume it's ping because this is my code and I can make arbitrary terrible decisions like that. And then it'll try and load it. So this is the slow unhappy path. This is the fast happy path. And then when we get to actually creating the texture, if it was tagged as compressed, then it will use the GL compressed texture sub image 2D, which is a bit of a mouthful, but there you go. Otherwise, it will just use the texture sub image 2D. So the idea at this point, you've either got compressed or uncompressed pixel image data. I wasn't planning on watching it, only because I kind of forgot about it. If I get time, maybe, but who knows? The question was about the Artemis launch. Okay. So we need to pull out some information about this. We need to get the width, the height, and we're trying to get the channels. So how many does it represent? Red, green, blue, alpha. How many per pixel? How many components represent? How many pixels? How many components represent a pixel? Got there in the end. So that is a lightsaber on the wall. It's actually, you probably can't see, it's actually two because there's another one. I can't there. So the issue we have here is that we can see for channels to format, it's not liking it, which gets called from utils 156. So it's called from here. So it doesn't like this. So this is being passed 0. So for some reason, so the question was, how do we get the number of channels out of the DDS? What I think I first want to do is just check I'm passing this data correctly, because at the moment I'm just slapping it in this magical DDS header. So I think one thing probably to do first would be like log debug width height, all right, and then just do DDS header dot width, DDS header dot height. Okay. All right. To be honest, we might as well get the extra data. Oh, when I got reflection, we could just print this straight out. Bit count. So I'm also doing DDS header dot DDSPF dot drwg bit count, because the idea being that I somewhat assumed that this was the number of bits in the pixel, so you divide it by 8 and that would give it to you, but apparently not. So let's run this, let it die, and then we'll see what we get out. normal streams are UK time 8 till 10 or 8 till 10-ish. Sometimes we go a little bit longer, Wednesdays and Sundays. But I'm just trying to make up for a little bit of lost time. And I've got some extra time today, so I thought I'd do an extra one. I'm also planning on doing a bonus stream tomorrow, so to make up for it, assuming I can get back from London on time. So bonus stream tomorrow. And then I'm off for 2 days, so the next Sunday and Wednesday. And then following that, should be back to regular Sundays and Wednesdays. Okay, fine. So we get so this is right. So this bit count is just garbage, right? So this is obviously not what I want. So let's go look at the magical DDS header. Actually, I've got it here, haven't I? Didn't I have to define it? Because I had not. All right, let's have a look. Probably not going to MS Build 2026. I have been to an MS Build conference before. It was very good, but there we're going again. Which one did I go to? 2015? When was I in Seattle? 2016. Can't remember. Yep. So let's hope the trains align. Okay. So you got when pitch is provided for an uncompressed texture, but this is compressed. I don't think that. What's pixel format? Oh, so that's this. So you're guaranteed. So this is kind of a classic Windows thing, by the way. You get it gives you the capabilities, and that basically tells you which of these fields are populated. So it'll always be the size, but it might not fill in useful data in any of them. So you have to query the caps, which is why this is saying what's required. So the pixel format is required in every DDS file, okay, which is cool. So then this takes us to pixel format. Values which indicate what type of data is in the surface. So this is the flag. So do I need to check? Here you go. See, this is uncompressed. Values which indicate which type of data is in the surface. 4 character codes for specifying compressed or custom formats. Possible values include DDX. So I think mine is DDX10. We can check that. And then number of bits in an RGB format. But mine seems to be 0. Valid when DOW flags includes RGB luminescence. And DRWF, which I don't think I have. Curious. So I don't have uncompressed. Is this even? Is the question I'm asking even answerable? From the DDS format, if it contains compressed data, which it does because I compressed it, can I tell a priori how many channels it has? I must have to, because I have to tell OpenGL. What am I missing? I might print out this. Let's print out this. I think this might be useful to see. So this was the DW4C. That's hex. DDS header dot pixel format dot 4C. I have to do some quick ASCII conversion in my head. I'm trying to load compressed textures from file and stick them into the OpenGL hole, so I can actually then get back to the thing I want to do, which is dynamic exposure in tone mapping, which is a precursor to all the other shit I want to do. That looks like ASCII to me. That whatever number that is at the end was 30, because you take ox 30 away to get the number, don't you? So it ends in 10. So I'm going to assume 44 Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I reckon that 4458 must be DX, right? I don't know the ASCII table off the top of my head. I just Google ASCII table each time and hope for the best. Hex. So we got 44. That's got to be D, because 41 is A, because when you do a buffer overflow, you fill it full of A's, which is 41, 41, 41. So I could have actually intuited that. And then 58 sounds like it's further along the alphabet to me. Yeah, DX. And then 31 is 30. Okay, got it in the end. So this is DX10, which is interesting. Interesting, because a 4cc of DX10 indicates the presence of a DDS header DX10 extended header. So that means I have to account for that before I get the bytes out. This still doesn't tell me what I want to know, though, which is how many channels is it in? Because presumably you could compress a one channel, like a grayscale image. Does the DX header? What a great question. It sure has MISC flags, extension to handle resource arrays, DXGI pixel formats that don't map to the legacy directory or pixel format structures. So this implies that something is already expressing information about the pixel format structures, and this is an extension. The D width number of DDS specifies the size of the texture. Typically, you set the D header to 1. You can use this type for more information about how to identify cube-out texture. See MISC flags. Indicates that this 2D texture is actually a cube map. Good fucking luck. Area specified width and the height. Yeah, I've got that. I already know that. Why am I being so stupid? Here, where's this? Given the ARGB8 format, right? Where does that come from? Like, given this, or presumably some alternative. You know the channel count from the compressed format itself. But how do I know? Like, how do I know at the point where I've read that thing in from the disk? How do I know how many channels are in? Or am I expected to know that from the ASIC pipeline? I know this is just for example, but this must be codified somewhere, right? For you to be able to say, hey, is this an A8 R8 G8 B8? I have the compressed. So I have to remember. So I have to remember how many channels it was when I compressed it. That's lame, right? I'm failing. I'm really sorry. I do apologize. I'm not following what you're saying. I feel like you have the answer, but I'm failing to parse it. And I think that is my fault. Definitely not yours. Rando link. Let's give it a go. Oh, so they're always whatever it is. Oh, I see. Okay, so I used BC7. So what format is that? When is it right? I cannot copy that link. Why am I struggling to? So we have them. That's good to know that the magic presumably comes before the header, and then optionally this, and then the byte data. For broad hardware support, we recommend you use a pointer. So these look good. How do I? Yes, where in the header? I'm failing to intuit where in the header this comes from. I think I'm really. It feels like it should be coming from pixel format, but I can't figure out in pixel format which one these is, because none of these flags make any sense, right? Maybe I'm fully prepared that I'm just being stupid. Here we go. Common DDS file formats and associated header content. Right. Okay. Oh, have I got to parse all these out? Can you go away? That did not make it any bigger. So the format is DX10, so I know that. Ah, there we go. So I've already got the OpenGL code for uploading them as compressed. That's fine. Well, I just need to tell it. I just need to figure out the channel count. So it's in the. Oh, it's just this. Oh, right. I see. Got it. Okay, fine. We're there. We've got it. It's in the. So I can just use it. So I'm basically going to assert that it has to be DDS 10, right? I don't think that seems too unreasonable. Header dot. Hang on. I got a. Yes. Sorry. Apologies. I'm sure that was incredibly frustrating for everyone involved. OX. No DX10 header. Not DX10 format. And then we should be able to do. Oh, I'm gonna have to. I don't think I can import this header. I think I have to probably define it myself, because for some reason I don't have the DDS header, but it's not. There's no drama. This might be a bit of a pain, actually. This might indeed be drama. I don't know why I can't include the DDS header. Like, I don't know why this doesn't exist in my. I don't know. Because it says, right, this all exists in the DDS header. I don't know why this doesn't exist for me. And doing this is a massive. Copying these random structs into this code is a massive page. But here we are. We can only make do with what we've got. So DXI format. Maybe, quite possibly. Like again, this, I don't know if maybe MinGW just doesn't understand it. Yeah, so I mean, like this DS10 thing feels like it should be a DirectXtex header, right? So that's from D3. So let's just see if we can import that. D3D. Ooh, interesting. I don't have D3D10 headers. I don't really know what to do about that. I guess rebuild MinGW. Okay, fine. We have all the information we need. We'll just do it the hard way. I might. Oh, interesting. Okay, fine. Let's have a look. DirectXTex. So we're saying all of them live in here. Okay. Cool. That might be. Yeah, they did a release 19 hours ago. Like we can be bleeding edge. DirectX. Let's just do DirectXTex. Apparently the tag is Mar 2026, and then DirectXTex. Thank you. Good point. I need the DirectX headers to, what am I even doing? Pass some specific compressed file format to get better OpenGL loading times, obviously. Okay, so let's check that brings that down and resolves. Nope. Okay, let's clone that. Probably wherever STB. Do I need to make the headers available? Target include libraries. So it's probably gonna be DirectXTex underscore lib underscore source. That should give me the headers. Oh. Come off it. I'm sure there's a million ways of doing this. This was just the first way I read that. I thought half an hour, job done. And yet here I am, 1.5 streams later, still being miserable about it. But it's a learning journey for us all. I'm sure there's better ways of doing it. Why is... all this for a header file? Oh, they didn't do it. They've not done a release till last year. They be at Pro 2025. Come on, maths guys, catch up. I bet it can't handle like the interdependency. I want to just check it. I want to just check it out and not. Can I fetch content declare without configuring it? Like, can I just like do like that and just? Is that a thing? Because obviously I can't build it. Utils. Okay, fine. So now do we have include DD? What's the headers look? What's the headers looking like? Where's the DDS header? I hate absolutely everything. I'm gonna need something like this. CMake fetch content don't. Oh, if I don't configure it, I bet that won't populate the CMake variables. Ugh. Do I want fetch content? Populate? I need to build it first, just so it populates the. I'm just going to trail that thought off. Yeah, it's not really. It's kind of a package manager. It's just an extension. It's just a CMake function for automatically checking out Git repo or fetching code from elsewhere, normally through another Git repo, and then running through its CMake and then populating variables that allow you to use it. It's kind of like a poor man's package manager. I just need DirectX for some of the headers to pass the image format that I'm trying to pass. I don't. Right, hang on. Let's just. Right, does this now. Let's just get rid of all this shite. Does this build? So that builds an ls build depths. Certainly has it. 1 second. Someone is at the door, which I wasn't expecting. Indeed, just the Amazon man. So this is here, right? So why Delilah? Is that new? I'm pretty close to giving up on this because I feel like I'm not making any progress, but I don't understand why. Yeah, I know. I think I just copy and paste them all in is a pain, and I just thought if I could just bring in them from somewhere else, then I don't have to worry about it. But I think we're just going to have to define them ourselves. What I might do is I might stick them in a separate header file, just source graphics. Let's do DDS.h because I'm literally making no progress now and it's upsetting me. So let's do 39. So D. Stick all these in the global namespace. I suppose we could namespace them, but whatever. Windwalls.h. So this one will be, why is there a new line there? Include graphics DDS.h. Just check this still blends. Linux is case sensitive, Windows is not. I have converted all my assets into DDS files, and I just want to be able to take those out, query some metadata, and squirt them into OpenGL. That's all I want to do. I feel like I'm not asking for a lot, but apparently I am. So fine, have it your way, Windows. What else have we got? And then finally we've got the actual, I've lost the header file for the extension call. I think I might have already done that, match them up, but we'll see. We will see. Okay, fine. So this now accepts this. So what I want is so if it's, we check it's that, dump that out, and then I should be able to do auto DX10 header equals DD header DX10. So the mem copy into the DX10 header image data dot data plus size of DDS magic plus DD size of DDS header. Let's assume there's no padding or alignment issues. Size of DX10 header. Okay, fine. So that should now give us access to that data, which means we can now do whatever these weirdo pixel formats are. What I'm going to do actually is just print it out. Log debug pixel format the two underlying DX10 header dot format. Let's see what this gives us. It's got it, mate. And we're using it. We're using embed. We go to the embedded resource loader. I embed all the resources in here. Well, I will do for a release build. At the moment, I load from disk because it's easier. But we're embedding hard. I need to update the Python script which generates that to also include the DDS ones. It's because it's C++, it's slightly confusing. It gives you I think it's basically a byte array, but you have to be careful with how the null, you have to add the null byte at the end if you want to convert it to a string. There's some, it's not as simple as the C one. Pixel format 98, one of my favorites. Why is my... Something strange is going on because my mouse is... You can't see it. My mouse is locked. I can't... What? Right. I clearly don't understand how computers work because... That was strange. What am I running that's taken over my mouse? I wonder... It would have locked the mouse when it started, thrown an exception and died, but like something RAI, it should have tidied itself up. Anyway, I've forgotten what the format was after all that. 98. We have a BC7 unorm. Does that mean... I think I might have just led us all on a wild goose chase. Does that mean I don't actually care about the channels? Oh my god, I've been stupid. I think I might have been stupid. I think I might not need to have known the channels because actually looking at this, I just need to work out what this is. Apologies. I do actually feel like I might have led everyone up the garden path there. So can I actually... Man, all this shit's going away when I get reflection. I cannot bother any of this. I feel like I may have just misinterpreted what I was trying to do there. I can only apologise. This is the first time you're watching. I was about to say, don't judge me on that, but I'll make more mistakes elsewhere. Okay, right, so now we've got that. So now we go to texture, and what I read last time said I want to use this. Hang on a minute. Whoa. Data, drop DDS magic, plus size of header, plus size of DX10 header. GPS RGBA unorm is BC7 linear, not sRGB. God damn it! Which is the RGB one then? Which is the sRGB one then? No, it should be sRGB, right? It says it in there. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, but that's fine because... Oh, have I compressed these the wrong way? Should I have compressed them down to sRG? No, that's because... Which texture was that? Because it might not, I might not actually care. Base color, rats. Is that going to mess up all my tone mapping? If I just do... Let's just even get it working first, and I can figure out the rest later. It's weird that it's compressed it to linear, because I would expect everything just to be sRG. No, I see. Curiouser and curiouser. I think I'm going to have to repack all my data and then differentiate between data and... where am I calling that from? I didn't think I'd be calling it on that side. Oh, I guess I do need to know that there. Fine. Okay, so this is going to be... GL, RGBA... what do I want? GL compressed geo value, but texture 55. What? Ooh, doesn't like that. I could sack this off and fix it later, but we've got a longer stream, so let's see if we can puzzle through this, because I really want to get back to some other stuff. I think geo. Oh, is it? Oh, is this more of a generic one? Is it geo? Is it this? Okay. Internal format not supported. And that's into 49. Let's look it up. GL text storage 2D, internal format. It's... Oh, did it? Did it actually? Oh, yeah. Oh, interesting. It did actually pass some. It's still got the same pixel format 98, so... yes, I enjoyed spending some time with Josh. Real nice guy. Would do again, if he wants to. So loaded... Yeah, what's... I could catch the exception and fall back to try to do the ping version. I can't see what's different. It's still got the same pixel format. Yeah, we've already checked the magic bytes. So it's definitely that, and it's definitely got the same 4cc code. I mean, all this data looks perfectly cromulent, right? Because it's got a width and a height, it's got the pixel format. I can't understand why this would balk at that. I think so. File resource loader. Size, yeah. So it's smaller than the others. Are these all the same size? Oh, that's very similar. It is smaller, yeah. I mean, there probably is just some smaller textures there. I don't understand. Let me... Let's have a poke around. Nope. Debug. Right point. So let's run it. So I was thinking that, like, is it some sort of baked like map data something else? But the file format is still the same. Matthias, hello. Here we go. Right. So oh, whoa, what's going on here? I don't know if you can see that. The width and height are wrong. Also, where's the rest of my call stack? I'm pretty sure there's someone injected a whole load of threads into my process because I sure as hell didn't create any of these. The name didn't match either. Where did you see the... Unless, is this the last successful one? No, because it... Why... What are you doing? because it should say handling DDS, print out the width, height, pixel format, then return this. No. This merely produces the object that is later on. That's what the call stack is, right? Because this code's already executed, right? So at this point, main is going around and processing all of these structs that we've produced. So I'm interested to know, actually, so it has passed all of the textures, but it's not yet tried to load them. So what we need to do is we need to see, let's put a breakpoint here and restart it. I suppose I could have checked the log list to see if, I bet it's the first one. I bet it's the first one we're passing. I bet we finally just got into the point where we are producing those structs, but potentially the data is invalid, and so we're not passing it. I mean, I'm a big advocate of const correctness, so like you should use const basically on everything. I don't tend to use it on function parameters that take a value because you've got a fresh copy of it anyway. Arguably you should, but I do think it makes the interface a little bit harder to parse. I think that's a judgment call, that. But I think anything where the mutation can affect, like adversely affect the program, like you should be making it const. Yeah, and if you make a const member var, then your class is then inherently non-movable and not copy assignable. Potentially non-movable. I guess it depends what the thing you're making const is. Have you enabled the compression extension? I was unaware you had to. I thought it was just a core part of 4.6. So this is the first time we're here, right? So I use so many different debuggers. I forget what all the bloody hotkeys are. So this is F10. Okay, so it's literally the first one it's failing at. Okay, fine. So at least we know that. And I guess this is, if we go scroll up, I guess this is the first one in the list. Found mesh 1212bx albedo. Where's it got that name from? Oh, I format those names, don't I? Yeah, so that is the 031212bx albedo texture, which will have a width and height of 4096, 4096. So that's... Has it got data? It's got data. I don't really know how to debug this. Because like this should just be in 4.6, right? But it's not even getting this far. What's interesting though is that if you look at the GL storage 2D function, these are the internal formats, right? So none of these say anything about compressed, right? Surely, if I'm, so texture storage 2D just allocates some space on the GPU, right? Surely I need to pass it to the uncompressed state at that point. Just trying to get compressed textures working. Surely this has to allocate enough space for it to uncompress be copied into. Oh, is that geo compress? Oh. Look at that. I bet that's what we're missing. Specify two-dimensional text in a compressed format. Is this what we want? Bloody love that. That is some top-notch documentation and API design. That is straight out the Windows playbook, that. And then internal form. It's maths, good. Might need that later. What does it tell me what the internal format should be? Specifies the format of the compressed image data. You gonna give me any more? GL compressed. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. It's like, must be null, reserved for future use. And that was written 30 years ago. Okay, fine. So let's go for text image 2D is default. Okay, fine. This is GL compressed text image 2D has been in OpenGL since version 2. I did not know that. Oh, is there no DSA equivalent? Because I don't want all this binding shit. What have I? Oh my goodness! I've accidentally clicked something in OBS, and now I see my face twice. Do you see my face twice, or is it just me? How do I? That's really off-putting. What have I? How do I? I've accidentally opened up a preview and I don't know how to unpreview it. Christ, I really have no idea what I'm doing. Oh well, let's live with that. GL texture. So what I want actually is GL texture storage compressed. Does that exist? GL texture compressed storage 2D. Is there really no DSA equivalent of that? That's going to really upset me. GL compressed texture subimage 2D. Yeah, but that's just uploading it, isn't it? That's not allocating it. Does that resize it? Yeah, I know, but like, so because what I do here, right, is I allocate the storage and then I. Oh, wait a minute, is this redundant? Am I just being? Oh, fuck's sake! Sorry, that's just left hangover from the refactor. I don't even need that. Sorry. Yeah. No. I think I was being stupid. Okay, new issue. It's going all right. Click the studio. I've accidentally started studio mode. How do I? Settings. Where's the studio mode button in OBS? Because apparently I've accidentally pressed it. Sorry. Excuse me 1 second while I fix my miserable setup. Oh, good numbers on Twitch today. Yo. How do we, I don't, oh, studio mode. Right, it's a great big fucking button right in front of me. Apologies. Right. Okay, what's up now? Interesting. So now I'm loading a uncompressed texture. So this is the, I suppose it's worth keeping these in even though I don't use this for the unhappy, to check the slow path. Texture. Why is it not like that? Format. It's kind of hard to say how far I'm into this development because I don't really have a hugely clear idea of what the end goal is. So I'm definitely some way through. So do I need to allocate first then? Sorry, I'm GL texture storage 2D. Simultaneous process. There's nothing about doing that for compressed textures though. Oh, I see. So this needs to be... What does this need to be then? When I've said I've got a BC7, what am I giving it? It's Stream 2.5 because Stream 2.0 was an absolute disaster because I tried to do it from a hotel room while I was away at WG21, and the hotel, I'm pretty sure, kicked me off the network. So we started this there, did it for about 30 minutes. The quality was terrible, as in like the stream, the content quality is always terrible, but the stream quality was also terrible, and then I gave up. So I want GL compressed RGBA BPTC unorm. Okay, right, we're getting there. We're getting there. All this just to get back what we had. Still doesn't like it. Okay, now it doesn't like. Okay, now it doesn't like this flag. Yeah, I reckon it's got to have some other meaning to it. Format specifies the format of the compressed image data as accessing data. It should all be compressed. B7 is it's just a way. It's I mean, I'm gonna in high level terms because I'm sure there's nuance to it. It's the format for the compressed image data that OpenGL in theory understands, and then will uncompress on the GPU for me. But I don't understand. The format of the compressed texture images is selected by the GL implementation that. Oh, interesting. Here we go. The format is the argument of the compressed texture image is selected by the GL implementation that compressed it. See GL text image 2D, which is this, right? And should be queried at the time of the texture was compressed with GL text level, get text level parameter. So I think I need to query this manually. So I think what I can do is, oh my god, is there no DSA equivalent of this? I'm gonna be really upset if there isn't. There are mipmaps. Ah, I wonder if that's why. I wonder if I need to specify the mipmap level here. No, but you don't tell it how many mipmaps you've got, right? You just say the level, right? Right? Surely. So does that? To be the how do I force the size to be that? How do I know what size the 0th mipmap is? Yeah. So, or is it enough though? Because this size will be. Oh, I see. Sorry. So we want. Okay, fine. So width plus 3 over 4u times height plus 3 over 4u. There's got extra brackets in there, right? Is that right? Have I got the precedence right there? I can't tell from your final 16 is in brackets, but then your whole expression is in brackets. So the outer ones are redundant. Sure, but I prefer to cluster them anyway. So if I'm loading mipmaps, do I need to loop and call each of those each time to load each individual mipmap in and then adjust the size accordingly? Oh, the maths works. It seems really bright. That's really washed out. I assume it's because I'm loading them in linear space rather than sRGB space. I'll just lower the gamma. We could pop some of the colors up a little bit. I will go and figure out all the. I will offline figure out how to repackage all the textures so that they have a correct linear or sRGB. Yeah, so I'm aware which ones need to be sRGB and which ones need to be linear. What I'm saying is when I compress them all, I must have accidentally compressed them all as linear. This should be faster, right? I mean, like, was that a faster startup? It doesn't feel much faster. I bet it's doing a lot of logging, though. We can probably get rid of a lot of this. Price, I don't actually care about this. Don't need any of this now. I think the only one I want to do is actually make this like a worn, because I've fallen back to ping. I might run this through a profiler later and just see what's the bottleneck now, because the bottleneck before was definitely STB, but now that it's not in there, or only being used on like 3 textures, it should be quicker to load. Yeah, it was when I ran it through a profiler, it was definitely, that is definitely quicker. It was, STB was taking the most amount of time. No, I'm not planning on doing any streaming. I just want like a self-contained level where everything's just kind of loaded at startup. So I'm just going to keep it simple. Like stuff like that we can add later if needed, but I'm kind of tempted to keep it simple for now. Yeah, showing the colors a little bit washed out, but I think that's just part of the course. Okay, we're back to where we started. Thanks for all your help. DDS had a... I don't need these anymore, right? And then this will be just load DDS texture. Come back and I'll add that to the to-do list to fix later. Okay, so now the thing I want to look at is back to the dynamic exposure. So I did, well, so this should be here a histogram showing us so each frame we use a compute shader to bucket the luminance, so effectively how bright each pixel is, into one of 256 bins. And then the idea is from that we can then work out the average luminance, and then we can adjust the color of the scene as needed. I did not mean to quit that. I don't really know what I'm doing. But I pull the data back off the GPU after the CPU, after the compute shader, and it's basically everything's in like either bucket 0 or bucket 255. Yeah, so I was reading this, and apparently someone I can't remember where I was reading it. It was suggested that just this data is a little less meaningful CPU side, so it might be worth just cutting off. These are probably just being dwarfed by the fact that there's massively bright and massively dark regions. Yeah, so what I'm going to try and do is when we work out the scale, is it take? 254. I basically don't want to include those extremes when calculating the plot bar graph. I just wanted to see if the middle values actually have anything, and then just being dwarfed by massive dark values, because we should see the histogram change in some way we can kind of intuit about as we look through the scene. Okay, maybe they are all 0. I suppose I could print them. Well, I don't mind. Is that right? Yeah. Yes, you are right. I should have dropped those off. Because we could just log those and just see what's going on. Yes, it is also a log plot. Nope, it is full of zeros. Can I just, what if I just cast into a float? So this is the next thing, right? What we need to do is work out whether we actually have data in there, and then we need to write one more compute shader to average them to a single value, and then we can use that to adjust in the tone mapping shader the kind of final exposure. But I would like to visualize it to convince myself it's working. Okay, I think we're just getting a big old load of nothing. Bit of both, mate. Could be anything. Okay, I think. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Right. Let me get the. Where's the article I was cribbing from? So it was this article here. So I'm just going to go through this code and just check that it roughly matches what I wanted to do. So color to bin. Ooh, I hate that. Is 0.22715, so that's roughly the weighting of how your eye perceives RGB, or like the, I guess the sensitivity it is to each of those colors. Pass in. Oh, we did have these rando values that I couldn't find actual useful values for, so maybe those are wrong. We need to check. These are uniforms that come in, so we need to check those. But let's just check the maths first. So you calculate the luminance by taking the dot product of your color with this magical vector. If it's less than some small value, you just bin it in bin 0. You then do the loglum of clamp, log 2 of the luminance minus the min log lum times the inverse loglum range, and then 0, 0, and then clamp it to 0 and 1, and then you stick that in a bin. And then we have our shared histogram with our GL invocation index. So our shared histogram's up here. It's just the number of bins, which is 256. So we reset the data, and then barrier it. And then for the texture size of the texture we're sampling, right, which will be the input from the pre-tone, that'll be the light pass. Yeah, I'll have a look at what magic numbers I pulled out of my arse for those. And then if the invocation ID is, if we are currently working on the current window of pixels that we are meant to, so then the color is fetch the texel from the texture of the global identification ID and then get that as our arugba. And then the bin index is color to bin, these magical numbers, and we atomically add that into the bin, then we barrier it, and then we accumulate them at the end. Okay, fine. So let's look at the renderer then. So what do I... So I've bound the textures, right? Let's just get the compute shader up next to this. Let's just double check this. So, because I always get these wrong. So binding 0 is the binders texture array. That is bound at 0. Then the SSBO for the histogram data is bound to 1, 295. Uh, 9295. And then I use, so for the two magic numbers, oh, hang on, do I not bind? Ugh. Oh no, wait a minute, that's there. That's confusing. I'm gonna keep these together, sorry. Otherwise it's... Oh no, it is... Yeah. Sorry, these are the uniforms here. So to 0, I bind the light path index, and then these are the two values I use for those. So what do you reckon it should be, like -3 and 1? Ah, look at that. Is that right? I should have a histogram. Yeah, I'll look at those. I just want to just see if that's right. I think that is right, isn't it? Let's just... I guess I wasn't taking the log values of those. Any advice on how to start template programming? As in like template meta programming? I mean, you could... It's not really... It's been replaced a little bit, but like having an understanding of SFINA is always useful just because it kind of gets you in that meta programming mindset. And like context for stuff is always useful as well. But like just understanding the mechanics of templates is kind of a really useful first start. And then you can look at like how the type traits work, implement some of those basic algorithms you can do at compile time as well. Like sorting you can do, unique listing, that kind of thing. There's quite a lot you can do. Whoa, okay, that looks better. We convinced that's right? I'm trying to work out intuitively what I'm seeing. So if you look at something that's pure white, see, that doesn't seem right to me, because surely if every pixel is pure white, surely it should all just be here, and then everything else should be pretty much zero. Am I wrong? Like, if you bin every pixel, oh no, because it's mixed. I wonder if you make it green. I think that histogram is strange. Like, this should be massively skewed to one end, right? Like, these should be almost pure bright. No, it's not using a different camera. I've only got one camera. It's calculating it from the light pass, so the G buffer, the final stage of the G buffer part. And you can tell that because altering the gamma here doesn't change the histogram, because this all happens post oh, hang on, wait a minute. These are debug. These are drawn afterwards, so this shouldn't looking straight at this shouldn't affect it. I think this is drawn afterwards, so that would be stupid. Otherwise, all this UI stuff would be taken into account. So that's part of it. But if I make this like can I make this like yeah, no. There we go. Okay, I think that is right. There's there. Most of the stuff is there. I guess because I'm not really like that into color theory, I have to kind of prove to myself that this is doing what I think it's doing. But I think that's right. Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't be looking at this because this is a debug object, but it does, and it does affect the world more subtly. So that does make sense. I guess if you just go out into the void, yeah, everything is here. Okay, I think I'm kind of happy with that. If nothing else, it looks cool. It's true, it is doing loggy things. Okay, I think I'm reasonably happy. I think I've convinced myself that is doing the thing. Pedestal is misspelled. Oh yes, it is. Thank you. Let's go and... Good spot. Thank you. Okay. So... Fix typo. And then this is render histogram plot. Yes, you're right. I could see them missing from there. I just, yeah. It's a lot going on sometimes, and especially when you're doing it live, it's kind of hard. There's a lot of context you have to keep in your head at once. And that is my excuse. I'm not still logging all those rando values. Okay, fine. Okay, so now stage 2, which I'm not actually sure about at all, is I now need to implement this compute shader, which averages the values to a single. This averages those buckets down to a single float value, which is the average luminance across the whole scene, right? So it's only going to have one 256 group, right, or threads. Need to figure out where I'm going to write to. I need to write it out to a floating point frame SSBO, I guess. Or enough size for one 16-bit float. We can plug the output straight into this. And then they do a weighted count of the luminance range, and then at the end comprise it. So I mean, I've read through this a couple of times, and I think I kind of understand it. You basically, each invocation, you use half of the invocations, half the threads, to calculate the average of the second half of the thread, and then on the next time round you basically shrink it down, and then these become unused, and they say that this basically sums it in log n rather than n, even though you end up with wasted threads. So sounds good to me. I'm basically largely going to crib this and hope for the best. And then what we'll probably do is we'll probably pull out that value from the GPU side in the debug renderer. Again, it's slow, but for the debug renderer, it doesn't really matter. And print it and just kind of convince ourselves that it's doing something useful. I'm sure you can. I've never done. I've only ever written one compute shader before in my life, and it was cribbed from this site. So if you have an article with a better way, I'm more than happy to look at it. But otherwise, this is the only information I have, because I'm not a graphics programmer, so I largely just have to borrow information from the internet. Okay. Well, we're an hour and a half in, so we're nearly at the usual starting time. So we've still got plenty of time for me to not be able to do this. Assets, shaders. What we got? We've got luminance histogram. Then we're going to do for average luminance dot comp. Going to copy this over just because I'm going to need a bunch of this stuff. So I guess I don't need textures for this because I'm just going to be passing in the bins, right? So local size 16, local size 1. Get rid of the... do I still need the number bins? Yes, I do. I don't really want to go down the route of like vendor specific stuff though. So this is going to now become a read-only buffer, right? Let me drop this down. And then my output is going to be a direct to Is that right? Did I just create an SSBO with which is the size of one float and just write into it? We could check that actually. I could just write a random value into it and then check we can pull it out and display it. And then I don't think I need any inputs then, do I? So I still need shared histogram data. No, I don't. I've already... That's this, isn't it? Nope. Apparently I still need a shared histogram. I suppose I need some scratch space. Okay, fine. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm figuring a lot of this out as I go along, so I don't think I need anything too fancy. I'm more happy. My ethos for this entire thing on the CPU and GPU side is just to keep it simple and then optimize later if needed. So I think then. No, please. Like, I think it's all useful stuff to know. And the whole point of this is whilst I'm driving the keyboard, it's still somewhat of a community effort, right? So at least I want people to feel like they can contribute and add to the discussion, because I certainly don't know this, right? Like, a lot of this I'm figuring out as I go along. So I'm more than happy to have someone come along and tell me what I'm doing wrong. So uint count for bin equals histograms GL local invocation index, right? So that will get me the number of counts for the bin that I am working on. And then I'm going to stick that in the shared hole. Equals count for bin times GL. Get the count from the histogram buffer. I'm pretty pro keep it simple, but never at the expense of pragmatism. Like, if it's just easy sometimes just to duplicate a bit of code, like, I think everything has to be done pragmatically. I mean, normally keeping it simple is the pragmatic option, but I'm very hesitant to enforce, especially on myself for fun projects, like hugely dogmatic rules. And then of course a barrier, because always need a barrier. So that should synchronize them all to that point. And then we want to do... So this is interesting. So they actually reset the count stored in the buffer in anticipation of the next pass. So they actually write back to it. The barrier allows all the... Because when you're running a compute shader, it's effectively running massively parallel across all the cores that your GPU has. And the barrier waits for them all to get to that point. It's a synchronization point. So it's basically like, everyone scatter together, right? Everyone go and do this, and then we'll come back together. Then everyone go do this, and we'll come back together. Then everyone go do this, and we'll come back together. I'm not sure why this is reset the counts on the buffer. Async's different. Async is allowing something to kind of go off and do work, and you can come back and check the result later. I guess kind of. It's more of I guess they are all working asynchronously, yes. Okay, so this means this needs to not be read-only then. So we're going to do histograms GL local limitation index equals 0. Stick a 0 in there, and then for uint cutoff equals numbins. So what? Divide that by 2. Cutoff is greater than 0. cut off divide by 2. So that's going to go around in powers of 2, right? I guess it's going to half it, then half it, then half it, then half it. I'm not a massive fan of bit shifting, like bit twiddling hacks, but I'm not sure if the GPU is smart enough to convert a division by 2 into that, whereas I know like GCC definitely is. Oh yes, you're right. So in fact, actually, let's just leave everything open. If the GL local index, so if we are actually processing this, then shared histogram GL local invitation index plus equals his shared histogram GL local invitation index plus cut off. So that is reaching over to the other half and accumulating that data, which is basically what we're going to do. We're going to take that half and accumulate it, take that half and accumulate it. I mean, I'm just copying what he's done. And then barrier in each loop. Okay. Okay, and then for the so we only need to do the once we've, I guess, averaged all the bins into a linear set of data, we only need to average all of those once. So that's why I think he does if GL what's his equivalent of thread index? So he's using a slightly different syntax, so I'm having to figure it out as I go along. A global invocation ID, thank you. So if the global invocation ID is 0, i.e. I'm just on the first one, then I can do float weighted log average equals share. Here we take our weighted sum and divide it by the number of pixels that had luminance greater than 0. Okay, I don't know. Over the max of whatever the fuck num pixels is when it's at home. Oh, that's a... Oh, so it does have some inputs. He uses... So that you still need the min log lum in here? Oh, you do? Okay, fine. So you need to preserve those. So I need to bring those floats back and add some more. So I want... Okay, do I need to change my numbers to match his then? And then you want, he has the time coefficient. I think you use the time so that, because if you're every frame calculating the average luminance and then you're using effectively that to affect the tone mapping, I think it can like snap quite a lot. I think it's quite jarring. So if I remember correctly, they use the time, so which we will need to grab from somewhere and put in, to effectively interpolate between values or smooth it, so you don't get quite a sharp like strobe effect, basically. I don't know. Let's give it a go. And then whatever num pixels is. His is a float, but I don't see why mine couldn't be a uint. So max of no, I think he keeps his as a float. I don't know why you'd have a floating point num pixels, but I don't really know what the num pixels is. So DBC max of the num pixels. Sorry, u num pixels minus the float of count for bin 1.0 minus. That's perfectly coherent. Yeah, I noticed he packs everything into a vector. I don't know if that's more efficient, but right. Float weighted AVG them equals. So then we take map from the histogram space to actual luminance. I guess this is undoing the log stuff we've done. Weighted log average over 254.0 times u log u. Oh, has he got different values? Oh, there's min log, so these are different. So there's min log lum, and then there's log lum range, wherever that is when it's at home. U log lum range. I guess that's the range of values that you want to represent, then some plus some minimum. Float lum last frame equals fetch I don't need this actually because he's storing his in the text, but I can just fetch the last average data. Average. Right, I think. Now float adapted lum equals the luminance last frame plus the weighted average lum minus the lum last frame times the u time, and then I don't even need to atomically write it here, do I? I can literally just do average equals. In fact, actually, this is then just that's the new average. Is that right? Could even be right. Let's start with wiring this up. So I want luminance. So I want the average luminance program. Renderer. Oh, hang on a minute. I'm also going to need the buffer average luminance, like that. Which order was that? Already forgotten. Both come after the other one, so that's fine. So that's average luminance buffer equals size of float average luminance buffer. Right, what have I called it? Average luminance. An average luminance program. This becomes average luminance program. Create program equals average luminance, and then we'll call this average luminance. That. Okay, so let's figure out how we're going to wire all this up. There's quite a lot of moving parts now. Also, I'm not sure what the values he used for all those uniforms are. Has he got? So someone said they read his code and found what values he was using, but like I couldn't find them. Is there like a GitHub somewhere that I'm missing? I'm not sure about view bobbing, but I definitely want to add recoil, and but quite kind of tweakable recoil. So I might model it as like a spring, which when you fire applies a force to the spring, and then we can just tweak like the tension values on it. That's what I'm kind of thinking. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I think content's doing all right on YouTube at the moment. We're doing all right. We're doing okay. Right, so what do we want now? So after we've rendered that, we want to use the... I need to refactor all this at some point to be like separate functions, just because it's getting a little bit unwieldy. So we need to... I don't need to clear the float data, do I? In fact, I definitely don't want to clear it because I will sample it in the next invocation to smooth it. So I think we need to take these two and bind that's 0. And the next one is the average luminance buffer dot native handle. Do I take work? Depends. Like, what do you mean? Like, not paid work, but I take suggestions for videos. If you head on over to Discord, there's a video suggestions channel. Feel free to drop anything in there. Okay, we've got some code. So U params, here we go. So is this for that's for the tone? Here we go. So, you take the max log luminance and the min log luminance from your tone map params and subtract them, but I don't really know what those are. That's fine. Then you float your tone map params, your width and height. That's fine. That is the number of pixels, and then the time coefficient. It's in the H file. Okay, fine. Thank you. Let me finish wiring this up, and then I'll go back and find those. So, average luminance needs... Oh, bug. The average data goes in there. And then we need to bind all of our uniforms. So I do actually need those now, but that's fine. So we're going to have... I think they're all floats, aren't they? And that's the... hang on, I've got... You also need to change the local size X to 256. Thank you. Okay, so... the luminance histogram, yeah, it's fine. That's fine. It's fine. That's fine. And then this becomes average luminance program. This becomes 1, 2, 3. So we need to pass in the min, log, lum, the log, range, the time, and the number of pixels. The number of pixels is static cast float. It's the light pass RT dot first dot width times the light pass RT dot frame buffer dot height, because that was the size of the frame buffer that we calculated the bins over. I'm going to stream as long as I want to, basically. There's at least 2 hours left. So then we've got... I need to close this other window because it's doing my head in. So this is the min log lum. This is the log lum range. And this is time. I don't know what I'm going to do with time. Okay, fine. So let's look at this first one. So I'm looking at his code here, and this is where he packs out the parameters. Okay. So where is he doing the averaging pass? So dispatch averaging pass. Okay, so this is, he's got his buffers, his images here. So what's he stuck in param 0 then? I can't... He's just done his min log luminance, right? Which I think is what I had there, min log luminance. So that's... Did you say that was in his header file, what that actually is? So the min log luminance, so he's used, oh, so it's the same as this, right? So I want to pass that there. Then the log lum range, I think he just subtracts these two. Oh no, that was the inverse, wasn't it? So you want then the max is, so his is 3. I don't know if I need to make mine 8 then. Luminance, thank you. Then we'll do the log lum range, which would be what, the max log luminance minus the min log luminance. Oh, is this supposed to be the inverse? So should this just be 1.0 f over max log luminance minus min log luminance? That's what he had. That's what that is. But that's explicitly called the inverse one, right? And then here it's just the regular one. And then time is, what does he use? Ranged uniform. Yes, you're right. Good spot. Oh, I done. I've butchered this somewhere. On. Yeah, okay. I think that's fine. I'm happy with that. And it's the time coefficient. So he clamps the minus delta time times the tau minus 1. What is delta time though? Like, what is he? Is that? I really wish people could include units. Like, what is delta time? Is that milliseconds? Is that ticks? I'm going to say it's literally elapsed time in what, millis? So I'm going to. So ms of frame time, yes. I'm going to do something pretty grim here. Because I need to properly wire it all in, but I don't want to do that now, so. What's that? 1 over 1.0 f over 6. No. Is that how many? Is that milliseconds? Each one would be 1/60th of a second, right? So that would then be 60,000th for a milli. And then I'm just going to rip off whatever his rando formula is here. Third clamp 1.0f minus third exp minus delta time, whatever his rando tau value is, 1.1f, mate. But you prefer funk? It's whatever the client format I have has done. I think I do prefer that because I think that adds more noise. Although saying that, when I do struts, I do prefer that on the new line. So I guess I'm inconsistent. Or at least I'm consistently inconsistent. Oh yeah, thank you. Just trying to assign a value to a PR value. I'm sure that'd be absolutely fine. Okay, I think we're there. Do I need? I presume I need another barrier after this to kind of say it's done, right? Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't actually dispatched it yet, have I? And this is going to be 2561. I thought it was, but isn't the comp got X here? Have I misunderstood what those values mean? I'll take your word for it. You've been right about everything else so far. There's no reason to doubt you now. And then let's go to the debug renderer and let's do. Oh, okay, fine. Auto float. Nope. Average luminance equals 0.0f. GL get named buffer sub data. Average luminance buffer dot native handle. Get rid of all that, didn't need it. 0 size of average luminance address of average luminance. Lumin. Okay, that makes sense. I think I'm there. I'm still. Fuck's sake. I'll get there in a minute. Yeah, luminance, the liminant space. Im GUI. I just want like a value, right? Is this just label? Label text? What do I do above when I have label text. Average luminance and F. No, wait a minute. For fuck's sake. Then the value. Percent 0.% F, and then average luminance. Okay, this won't work. Oh, I need an auto in there. Schoolboy error. What was that all about? .375. Bleh. What's all this bullshit? There are 8 candidates. Do I need to include... Oh, no, wait a minute. That's wrong, isn't it? Yeah, I've just seen what's wrong. Sorry. Yes, because that will give me the average luminance of the scene, and then I can use that to dynamically adjust the color. So as we look at bright areas, it should naturally kind of darken. As we look at dark areas, it should naturally brighten. It should give us a more realistic feeling scene. I've got a vision, right, of us, because we're building out like a spaceship, of like looking out of a window and seeing like a bright planet or something, and then looking back in, and then like it kind of naturally adjusting as we go. That's my vision. Uh, 943. Yes, that is true. Let me just go back to what he had. I think it should be. It should be there. There you go. I didn't choose. I just downloaded an LSP for that file, and it just decided that 8 space indentation was what it wanted. Okay. Average luminance 0. Absolutely fucking crushed it. There's so many things that could be wrong with this. I'll fix the typo because it's the only thing within my control to fix. Is it faster to do on the GPU though, on the CPU though? Because I'm only pulling it onto the CPU to render it. Eventually, I need to pass it back into the shader, right? So that means in all the rendering pipeline, I would have to do a stall, do a GPU to CPU copy, and then another CPU to GPU copy. I'm not convinced that's faster because because this is going into an SSBO, right? Eventually, the final the tone mapping shader will just be able to pull that straight in from the GPU. So there's no need to do that, if that makes sense. Like it'll all just stay GPU resident. I'm only putting it off now to debug it. Also, the guy on the internet who said all this works does it like that, and who am I? Who am I to doubt him? Right. Okay. Let's. Where's the bug? Quick raid. Thank you very much. Welcome. You've joined at an exciting time because I have no idea what I'm doing, and it doesn't work. I could get a code review from the Oracle, be like, "Where's my bug?" But I feel that's no fun. Yeah, I guess I could map it. I do have all the machinery for persistent maps. Well, I'm kind of new to running compute shaders, so I kind of want to get this working because I feel it opens the door. The more comfortable I get with it, the more interesting stuff we can do. So I'm kind of committed to doing it. Who knows, mate? Who knows? I ain't got a clue. So what? Welcome, raiders. Let me show you what we've got. Let me show you what we're working with. Okay. Let me show you what we're working with. Ignore the slightly washed out colors. My assets are a little bit shite. Okay, so we've got this, right? And then we bring up the debug menu and we're calculating average luminance of the scene. Okay, so I want to know what is the average brightness across all the pixels, right, as a single value. So earlier on we got the histogram working. So we have a compute shader which goes through each pixel and bins it from 0 to 255 on how bright it is. Okay, and you can see that as we move around the scene, that updates. That's super nice. And then we've now written, or I've attempted to write a further compute shader, which takes all these and averages them down to a single value. And this is, it's zero, mate. Like it's zero every time. It's straight up zero. And then I can't really do anything with zero. Not a lot. So we're just kind of we're just trying to figure out what our plan of attack is now. I've chosen to ignore that peak. It's happened since we tweaked the min-max luminance. It was fine before. Unless that is an issue, I don't know. We could go back to what we had before. What did we have before? We had -3, and then the average was 1. So 1 minus. So that would then have to be pretty low, right? That'd have to be something like 2. -3, right? Try that. Well, no. The max wasn't 1. It was the inverse was 1. So it'd have to be. I've got this weird like. Is that right with a negative number? I guess it is. Okay, let's see. I don't think this is going to fix our issue. Yeah, I'm a little concerned now. Oh, hang on, let me try something else. Just sanity check. All this is coming through, right? Yeah, so the lerping, it's a great point. The changing of the lerping effectively is already happening here because we're taking into account the time, right? But it will then plug into the tone mapping shader to then affect the colors. Ah, mate, something is wrong. Why is... I assume I could just write to this, right? So the whole point of the time component is it should stop the strobing effect, and I think you can tweak like the how much it moves. Oh, hang on, what's this? What's this? Who knows what the fuck I've been writing to? God, I really hate computers. Oh, at least we're getting a 1 now, so that's... Whoa, where's my histogram gone? You can only have 1. What? Is it because I'm writing to it and using it as scratch space? I've got a horrible feeling I actually need another buff. Because if we... I write back to this thing, don't I? And which means... Yeah. Oh, that's annoying. Does that mean I can't visualize it? I don't think it's scratch space. I think it's using that to accumulate the data over. Or am I... Okay, so that's back. Okay, fine. And then we can just drop this. Yeah, because I zero it before the... I call buffer clear data, whatever it is, before the first invocation of the luminance histogram thing. Okay, that's certainly... Pretty sure it's not supposed to be, like, asymptotically climbing. Because I passed the total time, not delta. Oh! Oh, you might be right. Yes. fact, actually, we can. No, hang on. That's. I think you want to average the luminance data rather than just taking the brightest point, because what was if there's like one bright bulb right in the center and then everything else is dark? Like that would dominate that then, where you wanted to take into account the average luminance. Just quit that, mate. Didn't like those numbers. God, the fact that it's negative seems strange to me. Is that strange to anyone else? Also, there's no reason that should be climbing or actually getting smaller. Methinks there is a bug. No, it shouldn't be moving. If the histogram's not moving, then it shouldn't be. I guess it is lerping. Can we just ignore the time? Can I just do average equals weighted log average? Sorry, weighted average lum. Just ignore the time component for now. I was prepared for an extra long stream today. Yeah, exactly. Like, I want to get it working first, then make it like look good. Okay, there's that. We go outside. Average luminance is -2. It is log space. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. So faff around with time later. How do I then? Let me just commit this. Add average luminance compute shader. So calculate average luminance. Okay. So how do you he in his final invocation sticks it again in this tomap thing, because you can see here his average luminance gets into parameter 1 and then he has his HDR texture. So how does he, what's his tomapping shader look like? I'm not convinced working on one channel at a time is any better, but maybe. I just think it seems like a lot of machinery. doesn't really help me when I'm not using Reinhard. Do I just... Whoa, 54 people. Hello. You've caught me at an interesting time. So do we think we just, like, slap this in somewhere? Very, like, nonchalantly. So I should be able to now have a... Indeed, we're... so let's call this average buffer, and then this will just have a float average. Okay. Where in all this misery does this go? Do we just like... Like that? Just divide it by... yeah, I've got LaserGit embedded into NeoVim. Find this image construction to work with. I think so. I think it all seems to be working now. Okay, fine. Let's go renderer. So the last thing we then need to do is bind where we do the tone mapping. R1, and then this just becomes the... Oh no, that's uniform. Sorry, excuse me. Where do we bind? There we go. This will be the average luminance buffer dot native handle. Is it as simple as that? The code is available, so you can just go and have a look. I can't remember specifically how I mean, I just have a text manager class, which just maintains, sorry. Just turns out handled some GPU data, and then you just get the bindless handles and just stick them in there. And then not really had any issues since then. All right. Well, number of Twitch viewers has now outstripped the number of YouTube viewers. Gonna have to commit. It does adjust. I'm not quite convinced the way I want it to. It's the wrong way. No, it's the right way, but it's just scaled too much, isn't it? Since you convert from linear to gamma, have I got my gamma calculation wrong? I do 1 over gamma, don't I? Oh, why would it be... I thought you do raise it to the power of 1 over the gamma. Am I wrong? So should it be gamma then? Oh, shit, sorry. I have a 60% keyboard. I don't have a lot of keys, but I still managed to get it wrong. I'll have to double check. I thought it was 1 over, but it certainly is moody now. It's definitely something. It's not quite right, is it? Isn't it? But that is the eye adapting, because exposure is basically like the iris in your eye, right? As it gets darker, it should open more to allow a lot more light in. Okay, cool. I'll revert it. But this is a bit too... It's all too extreme, so I don't really understand why. Take the log of the average. So divide it by what? Log 2? Is it log 2 or is it just... log? Yeah, I know. I'm just kind of guessing at the moment. I kind of don't mind if the maths isn't 100%, if it kind of looks okay. That is demonstrably worse. Let's have a little Google. I could ask the Oracle. What do you think? How do you think I apply this? Oh. Yeah, it's Italian. Avaraja. Yeah, we could add a small amount. Oh, okay. I feel that's actually it kind of looks okay. Obviously, it needs smoothing with time, right? Because it is a little bit stroby. Yeah. Because it seems like the light gets further away, but it does get noticeably brighter, and I don't think it should get like notice. Do you know what I mean? But I can understand the eye. I feel like it's still too strong. It needs to be a much more subtle effect. I feel like it's getting there. I feel if we just like maybe tweak some of these values a little bit, just the whole scene feels too bright. See that looks cool. That feels like your eye is adapting to the changing light. Have I got a bug? Let's have a look. I feel like it's nearly there, even if we accidentally got the right answer. Like I feel this is kind of the feel I was going for. I want it to feel like you're actually looking through this. And we obviously still need to like scale it. Right, so we think there might be a bug somewhere. Oh, you're right, I do take the EXP2. So why is it why is it negative? I'm not really doing anything with time, I was just fudging it. Yeah, so what we think these inputs are wrong. So we got min debug render. Nope. Oh, I see. I see. I think I see. Oh, well done. Yes, yes, yes. So where have I... Like that. So what should the tone mapping then be? Because presumably I no longer want EXP2. Is it just average now? Or do I need to log it? That is bright. We definitely need to clamp that value. Yeah, I can see it adjusting. Yeah. How do I apply frame luminance to tone map shader? Okay. I do have an answer from the Oracle. Yeah, this reckons you multiply it by 0.18 over the maximum average and 0.0001. And then you add some compensation factor. Which you can then dial in, presumably. .8 is the standard mid-grade value for lighting. I mean, it's not wrong, is it? It's the standard mid-grade value for lighting. It's just standard. Everyone knows 0.18. I feel like that's kind of... Can I make this like really much brighter? Then we'll have a little, let's play around with some extremes. I feel it's like kind of so hard with stuff like this. Like like, do we think this is better? Obviously, I need to still lerp it over time because it's a little bit stroby. Yeah. Thank you. We're slowly getting there. Yeah, I wonder if it's not now strong enough to kind of be noticeable. I can kind of see it, I think. Like, what do we think? Do we think this is good enough? Do you think it needs to be better? Do we need to spend more time on this? Yeah. I'm kind of tempted to leave. Well, I should probably try and fix the timing issue. Yeah, but the luminance is taken pre-exposure, right? I think it's all right. I think it's... Okay, fine. We'll use Magic 18. Apparently I can also have some sort of exposure compensation. Should we wire that? Should we wire that in? I don't know what's a good... Is it going to give me a good value for that? Zero. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I guess so. I guess it's right. Yeah, you are letting more and less light in to your eye to have an average luminance. So I guess that is right. I guess when we have a more dynamic scene with stuff going on, it might be more noticeable. The Oracle just doesn't use it, so I'm not that fussed. Okay. Let's see if we can fix the time issue, because it does strobe just a little bit. So I wonder if, now that we've fixed that, do we think this will just work? Yeah, I do need to change. Yeah, we'll faff around with the time and figure out what's right and what's wrong, because that is still going up. I don't think the issue is the value I set. I will do time properly. When we get around to it, I will use the chrono, do time properly. For now, I just want to see what's going on with this. It does have some weird banding, because it's still moving. Well, it's banding because this average luminance is still changing, right? It looks better with the lerp, but it's still not quite right, because I'm pretty sure once you've lerped to your current luminance, regardless of the time, I suppose it is only a tiny delta. Oh no, it's slowing down. Okay, fine. I wonder, my lerp's probably too long then. It's taken ages to get there, but it does eventually get there. So do we think that should be just 1 then? Oh, sorry, if it should be in seconds, that is in seconds. So should it be smaller? wonder if that's the tau value he has. Yeah, that's even slower. He did have some random magic number though, didn't he? So let's have a quick look at the average shader. Am I definitely doing this right? Where's his time curve come from? Is just that parameter. Ah, I hope you're enjoying the journey. Twitch comment. I'm pretty sure that's right. That's definitely what he's got. And everything else seems to be right. And then I feel like this 1.1 can be tweaked. So this needs to be higher. Wait a minute, if you want it to be smaller, don't you? A 50-50 chance. That still takes longer, so I want it to be higher then? I don't know what kind of range of values makes a difference. That initial lure pin is pretty cool. Still taking ages. What am I... I'm exponentiating now, aren't I? So e to the power of that, so as that number gets bigger, but it's negative, so it's 1 over... Oh, my brain can't cope. Too much maths. I want it to be reasonably snappy. I think that... Yeah, that's a bit faster. I think it might be all right for now. We can tweak it later. I think that's kind of okay. What do we think? Good? Not good? Happy? Not happy? Could I set up a light to just go around a circle? Probably. Or I could just Yeah. There you go. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I don't know if you can see that. I've not had a chance to play around with modules yet, so unfortunately I don't have much of an opinion. Unfortunately, my opinion of modules is not great in that I wanted to use modules for this project, so I had a big project to try them out on, and I just could not get them to work with my particular build requirements. So I like the problem that they solve. I think they are here, and we should kind of move towards using them probably, but I think it's hard to move a large code base over, and it's a bit of a pain to get set up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think we can tweak these later, but I think that's pretty. I think it's pretty cool though. I think we're certainly getting there. Even that, there's a little bit there. Okay, I'm pleased with that. I feel like that's quite a good achievement. Let's make it look like I meant to do that from the start. Add a dynamic exposure to tone mapping. We've got an hour, maybe a little bit more. What do we want to do next? What's on the list? Let's have a look. HDR, done. Completed it, mate. So next on the list are SSAO, in no particular order, but for graphics, SSAO, FXAA, Bloom, and decals. Decals, I need to do some research before because I don't want to just start that in an hour. I'm tempted to say SSAO because we've already got the code that does it from the previous project. But I'd be tempted to convert it to a compute shader. Bloom, I want to do some research on because there's a newer, better way. Well, I don't say newer, but like the way I've always done Bloom before or looked into it is you do a high pass filter and then blur it. But now I think there's a better way where you progressively basically downsample the scene and then resample it back up, and I think that gives you a much better, more natural Bloom blur. So I want to do some research into that. SSAO is screen space ambient occlusion. It basically models global illumination in screen space. It basically allows you to darken areas that are kind of closer together as if the light was kind of caught in there, and then it gives you fake shadows basically. We could just bring over the one from the previous project and just see if it works, and then we could always convert it to a compute shader at a later date. So we've got the so these all need bringing up to the new vertex format, like vertex pulling and the new standard that we've got anyway. AC is trying to raise my blood pressure. I think Fresh from Culling might be back on the menu, but now that I'm a pro at compute shaders, I want to do it in a compute shader, because the idea being that because we have MDI rendering, we effectively just submit a bunch of render commands to the GPU. I believe we can use a compute shader to filter those to just the render commands that would be visible, and then submit those, which means we can then actually keep all of our static geometry in one buffer that never changes and still do frustum calling on that, as well as the dynamic entities. So I think that's what I want to do. I think that would be fun, ? But it's not fun for today. That's fun for future day. But I think that might be cool because we're basically Vulkan at that point. Okay, so what have I got? Let's do tone map, but because I think this is very similar. It's just, in fact, I think that's all we need. Take the vertices in, pull them out, pass along the position and the out UV. I don't think I'm going to need occlusion culling. I think it is more work than the performance benefit I need for what I want to do. So occlusion culling is working out what objects are behind others. And so if you know there's something entirely occluded by something else, you could just not render it. I will probably do an early Z depth pass because I think that's pretty much free, quote unquote, very low cost and easy to do, but we don't do it yet. I think full on, I think for the performance gained in what is going to be quite a small self-contained level for occlusion culling is minimal. I think frustum culling will get us quite a lot of the way there I think gives quite a lot of performance boost for much less work. That is my uninformed and uneducated opinion. I just want to experiment a bit more with different rendering technology. Like we probably just do CPU side frustum culling, it'd be fine. But I want to, again, part of this project is for me to learn as well. So I want to experiment with different things. Okay, so that's the SSAO vert. So SSAO frag. I also want to output the SSAO buffer to our little bar across the bottom with the different outputs, because I think it's kind of cool to see that in real time. What was apply.vert? Where are you reading that? Oh, sorry. This is a second step that mixes the color with the occlusion, and I can't remember why we have this in a separate step. I think I might just do this with the tone mapper. Just plug it in as another texture. Yeah, I'm kind of happy to advance. So the previous game was sort of, I don't know, OpenGL 3 era tech, and now I'm kind of happy to go up a little bit to sort of OpenGL 4 era tech, all the newest and latest modern stuff. Maybe the next project. I would, for each, I'm planning on doing one of these live stream projects a year, right? Roughly. I plan on doing one a year. Or 12 months, roughly 12 months at a time. And I would kind of like each time to up the complexity a little bit, but not so much that it's untenable. Yes, yeah, okay, cool. Okay, fine. So I don't think we need SSAO applied. So let's go to SSAO frag. This is going to look a little bit different now. Let's go to tone map frag. Yeah, cool. Thank you. No, I appreciate it. Here's some random numbers I generated. I think this should just work. So if this was a... I don't think we'll have 10,000 enemies. I don't think we could fit them in our spaceship. Should this be... Oh no, so we weren't going to do compute shader to start. Okay, so let's do... This needs to get the extension, and then all this gubbins needs to come in. So struct vertex data, we're going to want, I guess, bind it, although I don't know if I need it in the fragment shader, but oh well, it's here. The textures, don't need the average. I do need normal and position. Undecided about stuff like depth of field, motion blur, undecided. If we've got time and we want to sort of sprinkle some stuff on top, maybe, but I think for now it's kind of fine. So hang on, wait a minute. I'm rendering a 2D quad. So I don't need the albedo, do I? No, I'm being stupid. I just need the normal and the position. So those will be uniforms. I do need all this camera gubbins, though. I think. Do need the eye. Okay, we might be able to plug in. Oh, wait a minute. Eye is the position, right? Isn't it? Which is fine. These go away because I'm going to bind those in a second. Don't need the objects. Don't need the materials. All right, okay, fine. So let's do. Uniforms. Here we go. So we're going to have you int normal text index and fn, because these are all just going to be in the global buffer, position text index. What else do we need? Come down a bit because that's going to be the out. Thank you. And then basically there's a bunch of constants which I just hard coded last time, but I want to be able to tweak this time. So let's do I need the in UV? I don't. I do, don't I? Okay. I think that's largely what I want. Can I fold this? I can. Okay, right. Oh, more raiders. Hello, 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 hello. You widths, float, you height, size is you widths, you height, const. I really was inconsistent with my consting on this. S. Why have I got? Yeah, I'm gonna try and bash in some SSAO into this game, super quick, in and out, quick adventure, 20 minutes. Why have I got text chord and then turn that into a UV, but I have in UV here? What did I call it before? Let's just go back and see. So text chord was in UV, but I've just called it in UV. That's fine. I don't know if I need that because haven't I already fixed that elsewhere? gonna what's it called? I should tell you. Light buffer, light pass, frag. How do I get the textures? Here we go. Let's go. Stick these here. So that was the U normal and U position text index, and that takes the in UV. That's fine. And then we'll normalize that. So that goes away, that goes away. We've got the frag pods, we've got the size of the frag pods. Okay, fine. So these three things need to be hoisted out into uniforms, and then we can wire those up into the debug layer. Because again, last time we couldn't really change any of these. I would like to change that. Unlikely I'm going to want a negative sample count. You never know. Never say never. Those threes are going to confuse me. I probably don't want to give them default values. Okay. Okay, right. Reconstruct the TBN, that's fine. What are my values? So I want sample count, or should be U sample count. Okay, that's fine. Is the only place it's used? Yep. And then radius becomes U, and then the bias is U. So that should all be pretty tickety-boo based on all working. Oh, hang on, what's this thing gonna work for me? What am I sampling there? What's text 0? That would be the normal. Or is it the position? I'm just going to get up the code on another screen so I can have a see what I did. Assets, SEO frag normal. So this is, I need to resample the normal based on the randomly sampled hemisphere vector and other normal sentences. So this becomes textures U normal texture index, and then this becomes U textures U position texture index. We happy? We happy? I think that's. Is there any other random texture I'm sampling that I've not updated? Okay, fine. This will work. So we need struct SSAO options. Well, I don't care for how that is rendered, but sure. Let's have one without a U. Where? Oh, so I do. Hold on. Okay. And then so this will become stud uint32t sample count equals 64, because I can't bother to I don't normally use default values, but I really can't bother to go and change these. Remember what our default ones were? In fact, nope, ignore me, I'll tell you what they were. 0.75f, 5f, and then float bias equals 0.025f. I should absolutely have done the same with this struct here, because now I have to, that's pretty grim in main. This is AO options, AO options, SAO options, SAO options. What have I done? Have I made a mistake somewhere? And then just use a simple deducing this one. Oh. Okay, hang on. One thing at a time. Oh yeah, thanks. Good spot. Okay, and then this here, so then go to scene, whack this in here. Oh. Options, let's take options. SAO options, stud move. Sorry, my big bold dome's about to be in the way. And then main, it's going to be unhappy wherever I create this. Oh. Put some more brackets in there, that'll keep it happy. Okay, right. So now renderer. Okay. So we need somewhere to stick this. So we need a SSAO render target. SSAO RT. And then we need a program for it. Program SAO. Program. Okay, fine. We're there. We're basically done it. I think you can, if I'm correct, I think for an optimization you can have a half-sized SSAO because you don't need all that data because you can blur. I don't blur it yet. That's the only thing I don't do. It was kind of okay enough in the last one, but I think you can do it at like a half size to save GPU memory. Okay. Lots of stuff to play around with. But hang on. And that'll be this vertex shader. Frag, and then this will be the fragment shader, and then this will be the C2T SAO program. Okay, that's good. And then the render target will be C2T SAO, create a render target, create the full size. You sure? I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. SSAO-RT? What are you chatting about? What are you chatting about? What have I done wrong? Double comma. Ah, well done. Yep. Good spot. It should actually be there on the constructor. Don't know why that has changed. Okay, good spot. Okay, right. So now, when we get when we SSAOing, we're going to do it. Got to be after the G buffer. When do we want the luminance to take into account the SSAO? Because that will effectively lower the luminance slightly because it's shadows. So do we do G buffer, SSAO, light buffer, then luminance? No. So we do it all at the end. So we can just do it any time after we've calculated the G buffer and then just presumably shove it into the tone mapper. I assume the tone mapper can just take it and just apply it, right? Let's do it after all the other compute shaders because we might as well keep adding it further down here. So after all this, so before we do tone mapping, we want to do SSAO program.use, and then might as well, and then hang on, I might as well try and keep it consistent. SSAO rt.fb. So I'm going to bind the SSAO frame buffer, clear it, and then use the SSA program. Yeah, I think this is gross. These all need to be separate functions, and because then we can have them optional, right? So if we don't SSAO, just don't call the SSAO function. Right, so we've got that. So then I need. What we got this? We got. Oh, hang on. There's no eye anymore, is there? There's now camera position. Oh, I don't use it anyway. Fine. I guess SSAO is not dependent on view angle. Anyway, I'm talking to myself. We're going to want vertex data and texture buffer and camera. Vertex data, texture buffer, camera. Who's got that? I think the tone mapping has that, doesn't it? So we then bind those. Hang on. Vertex, what did I say? Vertex and then camera buffer dot native handle. I prefix, but this is a personal convention of mine. I use it to showcase that this is a function I didn't write. So anything from the platform, anything from third party, I preface with the global scope operator. It's just as I'm glancing through, it's just an indicator to me that it's something I didn't write. Also, by doing that, you also auto kick off the autocomplete, which is quite nice. I would make a short out of that, but I think I've done 3 shorts on that so far, and I'm kind of falling behind on the shorts game. Anyway. So I need all this gubbins to draw it, I think. Because I have just a single post-processing command buffer that's static and ready to go. So I'll just draw that into that, which is fine. And then now I just need all the uniforms. So many uniforms. They all go hand in hand. Good one. good one. SAO program native handle, and then this is going to be the G buffer program IT plus the first color attachments. Oh, hang on, no, it's then going to be annoyingly +1. I think it goes normal, then position. Oh, that's a miserable convention I've got to remember from now till the heat death of the universe. What do I do in the tone mapper? What are they? Sorry, not the tone mapper, the light pass. Light pass frag. Nope, light pass frag. I pass them in albedo normal position, so 0, 1, and 2. So that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just don't worry about it. Do not worry about it. Okay. Width. Oh, those are so these now GL uniform U1F. Two is the G buffer RT program dot FB dot width. F R2 R3 FW height. Yeah, I'm getting there. Yeah. Okay, fine. Width, height, and then I feel like reflection is just the answer to all my problems at some point. For this is now a U, and then this needs to be a scene dot SSAO options dot sample count. And then 5 and 6, F3, R5, R6, and this becomes FG scene dot SAO options dot radius. Bum, 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 bum. And then this becomes G scene dot SAO options dot bias. Whew. I think that's all she wrote. I think that's all we need, other than all the mistakes I've made in it. So what I'm going to do is debug renderer. Where do we do the textures? This needs to refactor as well. This is absolutely grim. So rather than rendering out the depth buffer, which I don't think is that useful to us, what I'm going to do is instead do the SSAO RT dot FB dot sorry dot texture dot plus that. Okay, fine. So I'm going to render out the color texture from the SSAO render target, which should be all the SA stuff. So we should see update in real time. Let's see what happens. More water. It is warm in this room. This will crash. Yeah. Undefined variable UV, undefined variable sample count. Let's go. Frag. line 138. You're not wrong. And then some kind of 169. Something. Okay. I'm furiously typing. I want to get this done. End on a high. Should have ended earlier. Should have ended stream earlier on a high, but what are you gonna do? I mean, it's not right, but it's not a million miles off. Oh, my big bold dome's in the way. Hang on. Can you just see in the bottom right that it's kind of all right? It's definitely calculating something. It's just not calculating it right. Okay, where have we gone wrong? Where have we gone wrong? Because this code worked previously, so... I think the OpenGL state machine is incredibly unforgiving, and yeah, passing rando uniforms in is an absolute nightmare. Oh yeah, that's true. I was flipping something, wasn't I? No, I didn't add the normalize there. I added the normalize here. Let's just verify the inputs, right? That's the easiest thing to do. So let's just check that we output the normal map. And then, oh, that's sick. Yeah, that's not wrong. You're not wrong there. I know, but uniforms are just so convenient for just like poking just little bits of data in there. Okay, that is, you have to take my word for it, but that is spot on that, so that's fine. Let's just super quickly check the position, because this should be screen space. Yes, it's all screen space from the G buffer, so that's fine. Because in the previous one we didn't have a G buffer, so I had to right, pause. I had to reconstruct that, which is a bit of a pain. Yeah, I quite like the auto exposure stuff. It's looking pretty good. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so the inputs are correct because I was just worried I got them the wrong way around. So where are we going wrong? Let me just check against what have I changed from the previous one. So we've got this is fine. So I did have to do basically in uv.y equals v0 minus in and this random fix that I put in the last one. That's why I did it. Okay, let's do const vec uv equals vec2 in uv 1.0 minus minus dot x 1.0 f minus in uv dot y. Okay, and then we'll do in uv. These should all be then what are called the text. Oh, interesting. I don't use this everywhere, so that where's it? What? So that remains the original, but I use them here, apparently. And only there. Fine, I'll put the output first so everyone can see it. My big head's not in the way. It's certainly not right. Yeah, okay, fine. So let's have a quick look then. Where are we going wrong? We wanted to take this off, did we? Is that what we were saying? Get rid of. Oh no, that is in there. Where did I add another normalize somewhere? No, I copied that code in and then I added the normalize, but it's definitely normalized in my working version. So fragpods definitely get the XYZ from that. It's normally get this to do sizes. Size, assuming that's right. This is basically unchanged unless I accidentally change like where I'm sampling as text from. So text, so the sample normal is that, and the sample depth is vec2 of that. Unless I've got some, the uniforms seem, well, the uniforms are right, or at least some of them are, because we can just pass this through and it's fine. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Definitely binding. Oh, do I even need the camera? Okay, I don't think we need this. That is a mistake anyway. Six. I don't think this will help. So nice having a little debug window at the bottom though, because doing this without render doc is already difficult enough as it is. Oh, I do need projection. Okay, in which case that was wrong. SAO frag. That should be 2. Render, and that was definitely bound to 2. So we could have had some uninitialized data in there. We were messing things up. Okay. Okay, not enough to fix it. It's definitely like it's reconstructing the geometry somewhat. I feel like, yeah, the sort of this left half is kind of almost right. Like it's nearly doing it. It's me, yes. Hello. What is going on? What have I changed? It's definitely nothing to do with the vertex shader, is it? I think the SA vertex shader is literally just passing through the position and the texture core. Let me just double check that's right. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we're doing a lot of it from scratch. Okay, well that fixed that, but it didn't fix my issue, which is sad. All these ins, I don't want any of these. Where are these coming from? Scroll the texture 012. Oh, that's a uniform. Hang on. That should be a... I always pass that in as a uniform and not a... Hey? Yeah, what's going on here? Still reading from uninitialized memory. Is that? It's better. Something's upside down, isn't it? Or repeating. Oh, we're getting close. We're getting close. Yeah, I think that white foot does need to go. Fuck. The problem is though, the shift key is very close to the caps lock key, and the caps lock key quits the game, and the shift key lets me move the camera around in debug mode. It's like something's emanating like from this central part. Oh, but we're so close. There's some weird artifact somewhere. Oh, wait a minute, hang on. Hang on. Whoa. Am I... My normals are world space, aren't they? But they don't move with the... Don't move with the camera, do they? Or am I being... stupid. But don't I need screen space normals for SSAO? Like, isn't it screen space? Oh, where's go back to learn OpenGL. One day I'll learn OpenGL. Right. Right. Geometric. So we're going to need the following: a per fragment position, a per fragment normal, per fragment albedo, a sample kernel. So I got all this crap. It's these, right? So it does say you just plug the gbuffer stuff in. I say as a screen space technique, we can't affect each fragment on a screen field 2D quad. This does mean that we have no geometry in the scene. What we could do is render the geometrical fragment into screen space texture. For that reason, it says perfectly suited in combination with deferred renderers. We already have the position and normal vectors in the gbuffer. Yeah. This just passes them. This is the output. Yeah, so this per fragment normals into the gbuffer. Therefore, fragments supplied by geometry stage are transformed to view space. Here we go. So I think I'm missing some maths. Since the input in the algorithm view space, therefore fragments. Come on, what's the oh, do I just need to multiply them by the view matrix? I don't see where he's doing any of this transformation. Therefore, frag pods and normal as supplied by the geometry vector are transformed to view space, multiplied by the view matrix as well. Yeah, but where? Do I just do that? Is that how one maths? That right? No, cannot be. Right. Oh no, hang on a minute. Oh, no, that's right, isn't it? No, no. But that won't have a 1 in the... Oh, it probably will, actually. You're right. Yeah. You're right. I don't know if I need to renormalize this. No, I think these do return. I think I need to do it. I think I need to do multiply by vec4, because I want to make sure there's definitely 1 in the end component, right? For maths. I probably didn't need to swizzle the 3 components at the end. Yes, you're right. But I do need to swizzle here. Too much data. There's just too much data. Oh no, I know what I did. Yeah, it probably did return them, but I want to make sure it's a 1 anyway, so let's just... Christ. Okay. Ah, there we go. That look... Oh no, shit. That looks good. That is crap. It's better though. It's definitely better. I'm on the right track. Do I need to normalize this now? Oh shoot. Do I need to do it here as well? I don't need to represent. But the position on the... Oh, the position's already in screen space. Oh, you might be right. It might just be my normal, that's not. I also do another... Ooh. I also do another sample of the normals on the hemispheres, so that might need changing as well. I feel like I do need to reproject the vertex. What am I outputting? Pos. Oh, it is the frag position in world space, so I do need to change it to view space. What I think I also need to do though is, presumably these other samples here also need the same treatment. So get rid of the normalize there. So that become that. So that become b in vec4 1.0f, and then v will be in normalize view times that, close that dot xyz. And then here will be view times vec4 dot xyz 1.0 dot z. Right? Left? That looks a lot better. There's still some weird artifacts. That might just be a result of us not... I wonder if those are wrapping around something on the other side. It definitely is blurring. But I feel like that... And it's also been scaled down massively as well. But I think... we might be SSAOing. Should we wire this up to the tone map shader and see where we get to? Might be not having bitmaps. Yes, you're right. So it could be like what? Demois, whatever it is, interference. Cruxo2 in the YouTube chat. I think you rewound and watched from the beginning, because your comments are exactly what we were doing about 3 hours ago, and it's absolutely fine you watched from the beginning, but it's very hard for me to respond. Also, if you are watching it behind, you will get that message in about 2 hours or 2 or 3 hours time, so watch out for that. Tone map frag. I'm gonna want another input, right? F7 8, and this will be the U SAO index. Okay, go down here, and then we can do vec3. Hang on, wait a minute. No. How do I do this? Vec4 occlusion equals textures U SSAO index in UV. Let's do .rgb and then R3. And I think I literally just do gamma corrected times. Oh, I mean, no, do I need to do it before the gamma correction? Do that here. And then gamma corrected is tone mapped color times occlusion. Renderer. And then where's all this jank? Put that in there. I'm also massively wasting space because I've got a full floating point buffer. I could just have the red channel, but I think I'm writing to RGB, so it's a bit wasteful at the moment, but we can improve that later. Well, this was the question. Should AO be applied before or after we calculate the luminance? It's a little bit shit. It is flickering an awful lot. Yeah, it's definitely it kind of almost looks right. Right, you definitely get that. If you, it's only when it moves, right? So if I go up here, like that looks pretty cool. Like you can kind of see the shadows collecting in the right places. It obviously needs blurring and smoothing out and stuff, but like whenever you move it, it flickers all over the place. Oh, this weird smudge in the bottom left. You can't. I don't know if you can see it, but like. It's definitely getting there. I wonder if I need to... I don't really do content on C++, like full YouTube videos on C++. It's not really my thing. I think the people who watch, I don't think it's kind of in line with what like the audience YouTube generally pushes my content to, I would say. I could be wrong. For talking about newer C++ features, I'm going to be doing that live. Like as soon as I get hold of them, I'm going to be using them, talking about them, and then you can kind of ask questions and be more interactive. So I think that's kind of a better way of doing it. I think it does, yeah. It really does add a lot to the scene. I just wish it wasn't quite so flickery. I assume that's nothing to do with the exposure. It's definitely separate because it's flickering in the bottom left, isn't it? Interesting. So it's definitely something to do with the. I'm reasonably confident it's something to do with the camera because this looks kind of fine. I think I might leave this here. We've been streaming. I've been doing this for like 4 hours now. I'm planning on doing a bonus stream tomorrow, so I think come back tomorrow. I will not be well rested because I would have had a full day in London and then travel back. But we'll take a fresh set of eyes at it because there's definitely something's not quite right with this. But I am super pleased with today's progress. Like we smashed out the compressed textures, we smashed out the luminance stuff, and got most of the way through SSAO. So I think actually maybe I should stream for 4 hours more. It's so close to being good, this. And then yeah, I think if we move it over to a compute shader, then we can use a compute shader to smooth it out as well, and we'll just kind of layer those up. But I want to get it working first, so we can always fall back to that. But yeah, I don't know. Thoughts? Feelings? Do we like it? Oh yeah, beer o'clock. Yeah, I'm hoping so. And it looks really good. The only one last thing. I'm sure it's not it. But as we fixed other issues, no. I'm worrying it looks almost the same though, by just flipping a random texture. I think that's better. Is that more accurate? Because before, the empty areas were black, which is wrong. They should be have zero occlusion, and these are white with still some flickering. But what I'm saying is I think the overall quality of the image is better. I might leave that in and then just forget about it and we'll faff around with it tomorrow. But anyway, we're getting there. This doesn't have that dirty smudge on it either, so I think this... Oh no, it does, never mind. Take it all back. Right. Let's comment this up. Let's do... I don't need that anymore, so discard that. So shader... First pass SAO. Stick that in the Git hole. Where are we up to? Stream 23. Well, thank you all for joining me on a slightly longer endeavor. Numbers were good. People stuck around for more than I thought they would, so thank you very much. I do appreciate it. I think tomorrow we'll have a look at this, and then whatever else we can do in a couple of hours. I do want to kind of smash through as much of the rendering stuff as we can, because then there's some other interesting stuff to get onto. So I think we'll do SAO. I believe you can use MMAA with a deferred renderer if you're clever about it. I don't know, so I don't know if we're going to add that, or I might just do... I do have a I do have an FXAA implementation I've done before, so I might port that over. Definitely bloom, definitely decals, and then yeah, job's good. And then I've got to figure out how to multi-thread this thing. Other than that, I'll hang on a bit. I'm going to hang around on Discord for a bit. Thank you very much. The code's on GitHub, all the interaction things, ask questions, post comments, and I will see you all hopefully tomorrow.